The weight you are carrying tonight doesn't have the sharp, sudden impact of a stone dropped into a well. It is something more persistent, more textural. It is heavy like a damp wool coat, the kind you've worn through a long, gray walk in the drizzle, where the fabric has soaked up the mist and now clings stubbornly to your shoulders. It pulls at your collar, dragging against your skin, making every breath feel just a fraction more effortful than it should be. It is a quiet, nagging pressure that has settled right in the center of your chest, a dull, rhythmic ache that doesn't scream for attention but simply lingers, like the hum of a refrigerator in a dark house. This feeling usually arrives in the aftermath of something very ordinary. You didn't cause a scene, you didn't break a vow or fail a person who was counting on you. You didn't lash out or abandon a responsibility. In reality, you simply stopped. You didn't reply to the late-night message that would have kept you scrolling and worrying until 2 a.m. You didn't stay late to untangle a mess that wasn't yours to carry. You simply put your keys on the counter, closed the door, and allowed the silence of your own home to settle around you. You chose to inhabit your own skin rather than stretching yourself thin to act as a buffer for someone else's discomfort. And yet, even as you lie here, there is this strange, hollow vibration in your bones. It feels like guilt, but it is a different, more subtle species of guilt. It is the guilt of someone who has been conditioned through years of very gentle and very loving conditioning to believe that their only true value lies in the depth of their endurance. You have been trained to believe that to be loved is to be useful. You have learned through long repetitions of habit that to be safe is to be the one who provides the solution, the one who listens, the one who stays until the very end of the conversation, long after the words have lost their meaning. You aren't feeling guilty because you have caused harm. You are feeling guilty because you have stopped disappearing on command. For a very long time, your disappearance was your primary way of showing affection. You learned how to shrink, how to mute the natural hunger of your own needs, how to move quietly to the periphery so that others could take center stage without feeling any friction. You became an expert at the art of making yourself small so that the room could feel large for everyone else. Now that you are staying, that you are appearing, and that you are being present for your own needs, the silence of your own company feels loud. It feels almost instinctively like a betrayal of the people you care for most. Notice the air in the room right now. It might feel a bit still, or perhaps the shadows in the corners of your vision seem to press just a little closer, as if checking to see if you are still performing. That is just the old habit of a pattern trying to find its way back to the surface. It is the ghost of an old reflex. But tonight there is no need to fix this. There is no need to draft a better apology in the theater of your mind, or to replay the day's interactions to find a way to make your boundaries sound more selfless. There is no need to build a case or justify why you needed the quiet. We are just going to sit with these moments. We are going to move slowly through a series of small, quiet instances where the habit of self-abandonment began to fray at the edges. We will look at the tiny, unremarkable decisions that mark the beginning of a different way of being. We will look at the memory of a soup left on a doorstep, cooling because you didn't have the energy to go out and meet the person. We will look at the image of a phone left face down on a nightstand, ignored, while you simply breathed. We will look at the decision to let a problem remain unsolved overnight, letting it sit in the dark, unprodded, so that you could find rest. The love you hold for others remains entirely intact. Choosing yourself does not mean you have decided to love them less. It simply means you are no longer willing to erase your own existence to prove it. We are just learning, one slow, heavy breath at a time, how to let the exhaustion go. As we move through these memories, let the tension in your jaw begin to uncoil. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears, sinking a little deeper into the mattress. We are not here to deliver a verdict on whether you were right or wrong. We are simply noticing the slow, quiet shift from being a person who survives by disappearing to a person who is finally learning how to inhabit their own life. Story 1. For the one who feels guilty for resting instead of showing up. The rain in the valley had a heavy, rhythmic quality tonight. The kind of steady, persistent soaking that makes the world feel small, as if the trees and the hills were drawing closer to the earth. It wasn't a storm, nothing violent or sudden. It was just a relentless, quiet weight that turned the driveway gravel into a dark, glistening mosaic of obsidian and slate. Clara sat in the driver's seat of her car, the engine idling with a low, familiar hum that vibrated through the soles of her feet. A subtle tremor that seemed to sync with the pulse in her wrists. The heater was on, blowing a dry, warm air that felt strangely disconnected from the dampness pressing against the glass. She watched the condensation bloom on the edges of the window, blurring the world into soft, impressionistic shapes. For 3 years, Thursdays had been defined by this specific rhythmic ritual. It was a sequence of movements etched into her very bones. The trip to the small grocery store on the corner, the careful selection of herbs, the woody scent of thyme, the sharp, bright note of rosemary, the heavy, earthy musk of leading leeks. She remembered the sensation of the knife against the wooden cutting board in her own kitchen, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of the blade, the way the steam from the simmering vegetable broth would fog up her glasses, making the world eat and blurred. The ritual was a tether. It was her way of anchoring herself to a sense of duty. It was how she proved, through the tangible medium of salt and warmth, that she was still the daughter who could be counted on, the one who could bridge the widening distance between her growing, complicated life and her mother's quiet, predictable solitude. But tonight, the ceramic pot sitting in the passenger seat felt impossibly heavy. It wasn't just the physical weight of the stoneware or the heat radiating from the broth. It was the density of the expectation that lived inside the ceramic. As she looked up at the old house, the porch light cast a dim amber glow over the wet wooden steps, looking like a small, lonely lantern in the dark. She could almost see her mother through the window, sitting in that familiar, high-backed armchair, the one with the worn velvet arms. She imagined her mother checking the clock, perhaps adjusting a shawl, perhaps waiting for the specific, comforting cadence of Clara's car pulling in, the metallic click of the latch, the bright announcement of her arrival. Usually, Clara would be out of the car before the engine had even fully died. She would brave the dampness, she would wipe the mist from her face, and she would step into the role of the provider. She would offer the soup, the conversation, and that specific, attentive presence that demanded she be on, vibrant, helpful, and entirely, vibrantly selfless. Tonight, however, the exhaustion had moved deeper than her muscles. It was a settled, quiet fatigue that had migrated into her very marrow. It was a tiredness that sleep could not touch, a feeling of having run a marathon, where the finish line was obscured by fog, always shifting, always retreating. Her hands rested loosely on the steering wheel, her fingers tracing the texture of the worn leather. She watched a single raindrop trail down the side window, a slow, jagged path carved through the mist. She thought about the pot. She felt the heat of it through the car's interior, a warmth that felt like a demand. She thought about the effort it took to maintain the person everyone needed her to be. The person who never faltered, never tired, never had a need of her own. She didn't turn off the engine. Instead, a strange, quiet impulse took hold of her. It wasn't an impulse born of anger, no sudden flash of rebellion or resentment toward her mother. It was simply quiet, heavy refusal to continue the pattern of disappearing into the service of others. It was a realization that she was running empty. With slow, deliberate movements, she reached into the back seat and grabbed a thick, waterproof plastic bag. She carefully wrapped the warm pot, shielding the ceramic from the moisture, her movements careful and almost reverent, as if she were tending to a small, sleeping child. She opened the car door. The sudden dampness hit her skin, a sharp, cold reminder of the evening's temperature. As she stepped out, her boots crunched on the wet stones. A lonely sound in the vast, rainy quiet. Her heart was thumping, a small, frantic beat against her ribs, fueled by a sudden, sharp pang of guilt. It felt like a betrayal, a breaking of a silent, sacred contract she had signed with herself years ago. She didn't walk to the front door. Instead, she walked toward the small wooden bench, tucked under the overhang of the porch, far from the light of the entrance. She placed the wrapped pot there, tucked safely away from the spray of the moving rain. She stood there for a moment, the misting rain settling on her hair and cheeks, the cold air stinging her lungs. The guilt arrived immediately. It sat there, heavy and uninvited, a dark cloud in her mind telling her she was being cold, that she was being selfish, that this small act of boundary setting was the beginning of a drift she could never undo. But as she stood in the dark, something else emerged. It was a microscopic sliver of space, a tiny, quiet pocket of air where she didn't have to be anything for anyone. For the first time in months, she wasn't preparing a smile or bracing for a question. She was just standing in the rain. She was just existing. She turned and walked back to the car. The drive home felt different. The landscape transformed. The road was a dark ribbon, the trees blurred into indistinct breathing shadows, and the rhythmic, hypnotic slapping of the windshield wipers seemed to pace her wandering thoughts. When she finally reached her own apartment, the silence of her kitchen was profound, almost velvety. She didn't turn on the bright, clinical overhead lights. She just clicked on the small, warm lamp over the stove. She moved through the mundane motions of the evening, the soft click of a cupboard closing, the gentle clink of a spoon against a plate. She made herself a simple piece of toast, the dry crunch of the bread the only sound in the room. As she sat by the window, watching the rain continue its steady, patient work on the world outside, she realized the soup was still there, on the porch. The care was still present. The love hadn't vanished. It had simply changed its shape, becoming less of a performance and more of a quiet, distant fact. She hadn't abandoned her mother. She had only abandoned the version of herself that had to burn herself out to prove her devotion. The guilt remained, a dull, low ache in the back of her mind, like the hum of a distant appliance. But it didn't have the power to move her. She allowed the guilt to sit there beside her, like an unwanted guest who had no choice but to stay for the night. She didn't try to argue with it or push it away. She simply let it be. And as the apartment settled into the deep, quiet rhythms of the night, Clara finally let herself be tired, without the need to fix the tiredness for anyone else. Story 2. For the one who is tired of fixing everyone's problems at night. The dashboard clock in Daniel's car glowed with a pale digital green. The numbers 11:42 p.m. burning softly into the dark. The parking lot of the 24-hour diner was mostly hollowed out by the late hour, leaving only a few scattered shapes under the amber hum of the street lamps. A nearby vending machine, tucked into the shadows of the diner's brick wall, emitted a low, mechanical vibration. It was a heavy, rhythmic thrum that seemed to settle right in the pit of Daniel's stomach, a physical resonance that made his own breathing feel slightly out of sync. In the passenger seat, a brown paper bag sat heavy and slumped. The warmth of the burgers had long since faded, and the grease had begun to seep through the bottom of the paper, turning it soft, translucent, and slightly tacky. It was a small, damp weight against the upholstery, a quiet reminder of a meal eaten in transit. Daniel stared through the windshield. The strip mall across the lot was a row of darkened storefronts, their glass windows reflecting nothing but the emptiness of the night. Everything looked frozen, as if the world had paused mid-breath. His phone had buzzed 20 minutes ago. He could still see the ghost of the message imprinted on his retinas, the white text glowing against the black screen. "Hey man, I'm in a bad way. Can you swing by? Just need to talk through this thing." It was from Mark. For years, this had been the script. Mark lived in a state of perpetual, self-inflicted crisis, a cycle of storms that never quite broke. Whenever the air grew thick with tension, whenever a situation began to spiral into the frantic and the circular, Mark's name would appear on Daniel's screen. And for years, Daniel had responded. He had learned the choreography of the rescue, the way the engine would turn over with a familiar grit, the way the tires would grip the damp asphalt, the heavy singular purpose of the drive. He had known how to inhabit the role of the responder. He knew the architecture of the night ahead if he had gone. He would have spent the next 4 hours parked in a driveway or sitting in a kitchen lit by the harsh, yellow glare of a single overhead bulb. He would have listened to the same loop of anxieties, the same frantic, breathless logic that always returned to the exact same point of origin. He knew that by the time he finally turned the key to drive home, his chest would feel hollowed out, as if someone had reached inside and scooped out the vital, quiet parts of him, leaving only a dry, exhausted shell. His thumb had hovered over the glass of the screen. He had felt that familiar, frantic pulse in his wrist, the frantic electric urge to be the person who answers, the person who arrives, the person who mends. To say no felt in that moment like a physical blow, a sudden rupture in his own sense of decency. It felt like an act of abandonment. But he had stayed in the car. The car's heater was running on a low, steady cycle, puffing warm air against his ankles, but the coldness of the takeout was beginning to seep into the cabin. He reached into the bag, his fingers brushing the softened paper, and pulled out a single fry. It was cold. The salt was no longer sharp. It was a dull, muted grit. The texture was slightly limp, yielding too easily to his teeth. He chewed slowly, the movement rhythmic and heavy, tasting nothing but the starch and the fading salt. As he chewed, he thought about the safety he used to feel when he was the person everyone called. There was a strange, quiet prestige in being the indispensable one. It provided a sense of gravity, a way to anchor himself to the earth. If people needed him to fix their messes, then he knew exactly where he stood in the world. He was the steady hand. He was the one who stayed. For a long time, being useful was the only way he knew how to be loved. Being needed felt like a shield against his own insignificance. It was a way to ensure he was never the one left sitting alone in the dark, waiting for a call that wouldn't come. But as he sat in the stillness of the parking lot, the silence felt different tonight. It wasn't the heavy, ringing silence of loneliness. It was the silence of a boundary. It was the silence of a door being closed, not out of anger and not to shut anyone out, but simply to keep the warmth inside his own room. He looked down at his hands resting on the steering wheel. They were steady. There was no tremor of adrenaline, no bracing of the muscles against an impending storm. He wasn't preparing for a mission. He was just a man sitting in a car, eating a late dinner in the dark. The guilt was there, certainly. It sat in the passenger seat next to the grease-stained bag, a heavy, nagging presence. It was a small, nagging voice whispering that he was being selfish, that he was letting a friend drift. It was a dull ache in the back of his mind, persistent and unadorned. But beneath that guilt, there was something else. A small, flickering sensation of relief. It was a quiet, unadorned breath of air that didn't belong to anyone else. It was a breath that was entirely his own. He realized with a slow, dawning clarity that the urgency in Mark's text was not his responsibility to resolve. Mark's crisis was a storm, and while Daniel could witness the rain, he could not stop the clouds from gathering. He could not be the person who held the sky up. The urgency felt so sacred, so pressing, but it was ultimately just a vibration on a screen, a flicker of light in a pocket. The world was still turning. The trees at the edge of the parking lot were still, their long, dark shadows stretching unmoving across the pavement, indifferent to the drama of the night. He took another bite of the cold food, the slow movement grounding him. He watched a single street lamp flicker near the edge of the lot, struggling against the weight of the dark, pulsing rhythmically. He stayed in that seat through the shifting of the wind, against the car's frame, through the emptying of the bag, through the minutes that stretched and slowed into a deep, meditative flow. He was learning in the quiet, uncomfortable space of an empty parking lot that his availability was not a debt he was required to pay. He was learning how to sit with the discomfort of being unhelpful and finding that despite the weight of the guilt, he was still whole. He was learning how to exist simply and quietly without needing to be a hero. Story 3. For the one who needs peace, but feels bad choosing it. The sunlight in May's apartment always found its way to the wooden floor at exactly 10 a.m. on Sundays. It was a specific, honey-colored light, heavy with warmth, that seemed to pool in the center of the room. In its glow, tiny dust motes danced in slow, invisible currents, drifting like microscopic stars through the stillness. On most Sundays, the apartment would have been a different kind of place. By this hour, the air would already be thick with the frantic, familiar rhythm of her siblings. There would be the heavy, rhythmic thud of boots being kicked off by the door, the bright, sharp clatter of ceramic plates being stacked in the kitchen, the overlapping melodic chaos of voices that loved each other deeply, but never quite understood how to occupy the same room without colliding. On those mornings, May was rarely ever truly sitting. She was more of a ghost of motion, a quiet presence weaving through the gaps in the conversation. She would be in the kitchen, her hands perpetually in motion, wiping a spill that had just blossomed on the counter, refilling glasses before they had even reached the halfway mark, or checking the oven with a practiced, anxious eye. Her mind was a running tally of everyone else's comfort. Is Leo's coffee hot enough? Did Sarah find the extra napkins? Does anyone need more salt? She had learned to be the glue, the invisible hand that smoothed over every friction, ensuring the afternoon flowed without a single snag, leaving no trace of the effort it took to hold the family together. But this Sunday, the apartment was held in a profound, unexpected stillness. The silence felt almost physical, like a thick, heavy wool blanket draped carefully over the furniture. It wasn't an empty silence, but a dense one. The only sounds were the low, rhythmic hum of the refrigerator in the corner and the distant, muffled chirp of a bird navigating the trees outside her window. May sat at her small kitchen table, her fingers wrapped around a single ceramic mug. The tea had gone slightly lukewarm, the warmth having seeped into her palms and then faded, but she didn't move to reheat it. She just sat. On the wooden board next to her lay a loaf of crusty bread, partially sliced. The scent of yeast and toasted grain lingered in the small space, a warm, earthy smell that felt grounded and honest. She had spent the morning doing nothing but the slow, repetitive task of laundry. The scent of clean, warm cotton hung in the air, a scent of renewal, of simple, singular tasks. There were no guests to feed, no crumbs to sweep away, no sudden, urgent needs to anticipate. There was no one to serve but herself. Her eyes drifted downward, landing on a small, jagged crack in the center of the tabletop. It was a tiny detail she usually overlooked, a fracture hidden beneath the clutter of shared meals, discarded mail, and the debris of a busy life. As she traced the line of the grain with her gaze, A sudden, sharp wave of guilt washed over her. It was a familiar sensation, a tightening in the center of her chest, a knotting of the muscles behind her ribs. It felt as though this stillness was somehow unearned, a theft. She felt a strange, irrational sense that by being quiet, she was stealing time that rightfully belonged to her family. Her mind, trained by years of habit, began to wander toward them. She imagined her siblings in their own homes, perhaps feeling the sudden absence of her care, perhaps wondering why the usual Sunday check-in hadn't arrived. The emptiness of the room, which should have been peaceful, felt for a moment like an accusation. To be still, she felt, was to be unavailable. To be quiet was to be selfish. She gripped the mug a little tighter, the heat of the ceramic stinging her palms, a small physical pain to match the mental one. Her mind began to run through the rehearsals, the justifications she could offer if anyone ever called her out. I was just tired. I had too much laundry to do. I was busy with work. But the lies felt thin and hollow, even to her own ears. The truth was much harder to sit with, much heavier to breathe through. She had simply decided that for one morning, she did not want to be the person who serves. The guilt made her restless. An impulse stirred in her, a sudden frantic urge to reach for her phone, to send a quick, unnecessary text, to break the silence and reestablish her usefulness. She felt a desperate need to fill the void of the room with someone else's importance, to prove that she was still part of the machine. She leaned back, her chair creaking softly against the linoleum floor. She watched the light move, slow and indifferent, across the floorboards. She forced herself to stay in the chair. She focused on the physical reality of her own body, the cool air entering her nostrils, the slight rhythmic expansion of her ribs, the slow outward release of each breath. She listened to the house settling, the subtle, organic creak of wood reacting to the morning warmth. She looked at the pile of fresh laundry sitting in a basket by the door, neat and orderly. She looked at the bread, simple and nourishing. As the minutes stretched into an hour, the guilt did not suddenly vanish. It did not evaporate in a burst of sudden, bright confidence. Instead, it began to change. The sharp, stabbing edge of the wrongness began to blunt. The tightness in her chest moved from a heavy, crushing weight to something she could observe from a slight distance, much like the dust motes drifting in the sun. She realized then that the discomfort was not a sign that she had done something bad. It was simply a sign of how long she had practiced the habit of disappearing. The ache was merely the sensation of a long-held habit breaking, the stretching of a muscle that had been tight for years. The stillness wasn't a void that needed to be repaired or a problem to be solved. It was simply a space, a quiet room she had finally allowed herself to inhabit. She took a small bite of the bread. It was chewy and warm, tasting of salt and grain. She took a slow sip of the tea. She sat in the sunlight, and for the first time in a long time, she didn't try to be anything other than the person sitting at the table, breathing in the quiet. Story 4. For the one who carries family tension that was never theirs. The rain was tapping against the window screen of the small guest room, a soft, percussive sound that felt less like a storm and more like fingertips drumming on glass. It was a rhythmic, hypnotic cadence, steady and indifferent. Inside, the air was still, carrying the faint, comforting scent of cedar wood and the dry, papery aroma of the old books stacked on the nearby shelf. Owen sat on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping slightly under his weight. A single lamp on the nightstand cast a warm, amber pool of light across the duvet, leaving the corners of the room in soft, velvety shadow. In front of him, the laptop screen was a bright, clinical rectangle of light. It felt strangely intrusive. In the dimness, a sharp, artificial glare that illuminated the unsent email. He had been staring at the same paragraph for a long time. It was an apology. Not an apology for a mistake, but a meticulously crafted way to smooth over a misunderstanding that had occurred weeks ago, a moment of friction that had never actually resulted in an argument, yet had left a lingering, heavy quiet between him and someone else. He had written it, deleted it, and rewritten it 6 times. Each version was more careful than the last. He had used words that functioned like soft cushions designed to absorb any potential impact. I'm sorry if I caused any confusion. I didn't mean to imply. Perhaps I wasn't as clear as I could have been. These were the words of someone trying to build a bridge out of nothing, trying to manufacture a piece that didn't require anyone to actually change. His finger hovered over the trackpad, trembling almost imperceptibly. His heart was beating with a dull, heavy rhythm against his ribs, a slow, rhythmic ache that felt deeply rooted in his chest. He felt that familiar, magnetic pull, the instinctive, conditioned urge to bridge the gap, to take the blame, to ensure that no one felt even a moment of discomfort because of him. In his mind, a well-crafted apology was a way to mend a tear in the fabric of a relationship, even if he had to use his own skin to patch the hole. He had been taught long ago that his value was measured by how much tension he could absorb. Then a sudden, quiet stillness settled over him. He stopped. He looked at the words on the screen, really looked at them, stripped of the intent to please. They felt hollow. They felt like a performance, a script he had been rehearsed in since childhood. He realized that by apologizing for something that wasn't his to carry, he wasn't actually fixing anything. He was simply making himself smaller so the tension could disappear. He was erasing a part of his truth to keep the surface of the water calm. With a slow, deliberate movement, he reached out and closed the laptop lid. The click of the plastic was sudden and loud in the small, quiet room, a definitive singular boundary. He leaned back against the pillows, feeling the cool, slightly crisp texture of the cotton sheets against his skin. The guest room was dimming now, the amber light from the lamp feeling more muted as his eyes adjusted to the shadows. He listened to the rain. It continued its steady, indifferent pattern on the screen, unbothered by his hesitation, unconcerned with his sense of duty. As he lay there, the guilt arrived. It didn't come as a sharp scream or a sudden pang of panic. Instead, it arrived as a low, humming vibration in his chest. The sensation of a limb falling asleep. A strange, tingling numbness that accompanied the realization that he was choosing a different path. It was the discomfort of no longer being the person who fixes everything. It was the heavy, awkward sensation of standing still while the world expects you to move. He stared up at the dark ceiling where the shadows of the rain droplets moved across the plaster like tiny, distorted ghosts. He thought about the person on the other end of that email. He could almost feel their potential anger, their silent disappointment, the way they might interpret his silence as a lack of care or a lack of warmth. The urge to reach out, to explain, to justify his choice was almost physically painful. It felt like an itch deep inside his bones, a restless energy that wanted to break the silence. But he stayed still. He forced himself to remain in the quiet of the guest room. He watched the way the light from the street lamp outside filtered through the rain-streaked window, casting shifting, watery patterns on the wall. He realized then that for a very long time he had mistaken the absence of conflict for the presence of peace. He had confused the silence of a suppressed argument with the actual deep stillness of a settled mind. To be truly at peace, he realized, he couldn't just be the one who ends the fight. He had to be the person who can sit with the tension without feeling the need to erase it. The weight in his chest didn't vanish, but it began to shift. It moved from a crushing, suffocating pressure to something more manageable, like a heavy, warm blanket. He began to notice the small, grounded details of the room, the way the lamplight caught the edge of a ceramic mug on the nightstand, the slight, familiar creak of the floorboard near the door, the slow, steady rise and fall of his own breath. A thought crept in, quiet and unbidden. I am not at fault. The thought felt dangerous, almost scandalous, like a secret he wasn't supposed to know. It felt like a betrayal of the version of himself that everyone relied on, the easy, accommodating version. But as he lay there, the rain continued its steady, indifferent pattern on the screen. The world did not collapse because he refused to apologize for a phantom wrong. The room remained dark, cool, and incredibly, profoundly peaceful. He let the guilt sit there. He didn't try to push it away, and he didn't try to argue with it. He simply acknowledged its presence, much like one might acknowledge a passing cloud or the distant, muffled sound of a car driving by on a wet road. He allowed himself to be the person who does not send the email. He allowed himself to be the person who remains in the quiet, even if that quiet feels momentarily lonely. As the night deepened, the rhythm of the rain became more hypnotic, a lullaby of water and wind. The heavy thumping rhythm in his ribs began to slow, eventually matching the cadence of the water hitting the screen. The boundaries he had drawn by closing that laptop lid began to feel less like a wall and more like a sanctuary. He was learning that the space he was creating for himself was not a void, but a place where he could finally, slowly begin to breathe without permission. It is a common thread, isn't it? A way of being that so many kind, quiet people carry tucked away like an old, heavy wool coat that has become far too weighted with dampness to ever truly set aside. You carry it even when you are alone, even in the stillness of this room. There is this persistent, underlying belief, whispered in the marrow of your bones, that love is a currency earned through utility. We learn, often very early, that we are most worthy of space when we are being useful. We learn that our value is measured by how much we can mend, how much we can listen, how much we can provide, or how seamlessly we can fade into the background so that the people we care for might have the light all to themselves. If you are lying here now feeling that familiar, sharp tightness in the center of your chest, it is likely because you have recently begun to reclaim small, vital pieces of yourself. You have started to set a boundary. You have stopped being the person who always stays late to fix what isn't yours to fix, or the person who always swallows their own hunger to ensure others are full. You have started to say no to things that drain you, and even when those no's are gentle, they feel like tremors. This shift, though necessary for your survival, leaves a strange, hollow residue. It is a lingering ache, a phantom limb of duty that feels a lot like wrongdoing, even when you know intellectually that no one has been harmed. Tonight, we are not here to weigh your life on a scale. We are not here to debate whether your recent choices were righteous or if you have been too hard on others. We are not asking for grand resolutions or a total rewriting of your history. We are simply asking for a softer, slower way of noticing. When that heavy, familiar guilt rises, that feeling that you have failed a silent, unwritten duty, or let someone down by simply being human, try not to meet it with resistance. Do not try to argue it away with logic or drown it out with the noise of a screen or a wandering thought. Just notice it. Notice where it settles in your physical self. Is it a knotting in the back of your throat, making it hard to swallow? Is it a dull pressure behind your eyes, as if your eyelids are too heavy to lift? Perhaps it is a weight settling deep in the pit of your stomach, cold and unmoving. Observe this sensation as you would observe the evening mist rolling over a field. It is just a passing weather pattern moving through the landscape of your mind. You don't have to fix the mist. You don't have to chase it away. You only have to watch it drift. For tonight, let the guilt be present without requiring you to obey it. Let it sit there, heavy and unmoving, while you simply breathe into the space around it. Story 5. For the one who keeps the peace by betraying themselves. The dining room was filled with a particular kind of density, the kind of warmth that doesn't so much embrace you as it weighs you down. It was a heavy, humid atmosphere, thick with the scent of roasted potatoes, the resinous, earthy aroma of rosemary, and the rising steam from a large ceramic bowl of gravy that sat at the center of the table. The light from the low-hanging chandelier was amber and flickering, casting long, dancing shadows against the wallpaper. The sounds of the room were a layered, complicated tapestry. There was the rhythmic scraping of heavy chairs against the linoleum floor, the percussive clink of silverware against thick stoneware, and the low, constant hum of many voices overlapping. It was a familiar, crowded intimacy. Rachel sat near the edge of the long table, her plate resting before her, mostly untouched. A small mound of mashed potatoes had begun to cool and develop a thin, pale skin. She found herself watching the patterns, not the people. She had learned to read the room like a map of tides. She knew the predictable arc of these evenings, the initial surge of warmth, the easy, practiced stories about work and the changing weather, the comfortable noise of people who have known each other for decades. But then she felt the subtle shift in the frequency. It wasn't a sudden break, but a gradual sharpening. The laughter, which had started as a soft melodic ripple, began to take on a jagged, brittle edge. The teasing, once centered on harmless, shared memories, began to drift toward those familiar pointed barbs. The kind of comments that are carefully wrapped in the language of a joke, yet carry a subtle, stinging weight that settles deep in the pit of the stomach. She felt the moment it happened in real time. She saw her uncle lean back in his chair, the wood creaking under his weight, his eyes glinting with a casual, unthinking unkindness. She heard the way his voice tightened when he directed a comment her way. A small, barbed remark about her recent choices. Instinctively, her body began its old, practiced choreography. Her jaw tightened, a small, hard knot forming beneath her cheek. Her shoulders drifted upward. a subconscious bracing for impact. For years, her repertoire of survival had been well reproducible. Lean into the comment, offer a bright, self-deprecating laugh, deflect the sting with a witty remark, and play the part of the resilient, easygoing daughter who could absorb any blow and keep the peace. It was a role she had played with such practiced grace that she had almost forgotten it was a performance, but tonight, the machinery of that reaction simply failed to engage. A sudden, profound exhaustion washed over her, a fatigue that felt much deeper than the muscles or the eyes. It wasn't the kind of tiredness that a heavy sleep could resolve. It was a spiritual depletion, a hollowed-out feeling that made the very act of sitting upright, of maintaining the facade, feel like a monumental, unnecessary labor. The energy required to participate in the charade had simply evaporated, without a word of protest, without the dramatic flourish of a slammed chair or a pointed, indignant look that would have ignited the table. Rachel simply stood up. Her movements were slow, almost meditative. She smoothed her cloth napkin on the table with a steady hand, a small, quiet gesture of tidying. She gave a small, polite nod to the person sitting beside her, a silent acknowledgement of their presence, and slipped away. She moved through the narrow hallway, the air growing cooler as she left the heated density of the dining room. She passed the darkened living room where the television hummed with a low, blue light, a ghostly flicker against the shadows. Then she stepped through the heavy front door. The transition to the night air was a sharp, clean shock. The evening was damp and cool, the kind of chill that settles into the fabric of your clothes and clings to the skin. The street was profoundly still. The only sound was the distant, rhythmic hum of a single compassing on a far-off road, a lonely, receding vibration in the dark. As she began the slow walk toward the train station, the weight of her departure began to press against her chest. It wasn't anger. She wasn't walking away in a fury, nursing a sense of injustice or resentment toward the people inside. She loved them. She loved the chaotic, overlapping warmth of that house, the shared history that lived in the very cracks of the floorboards, and the way they all seemed to belong to a single, tangled organism. What she felt was a profound, aching grief. It was the grief of leaving a post. For years, her role in the family had been the stabilizer, the shock absorber, the one who quietly absorbed the sharp edges so that the rest of the table could remain comfortable. By walking out, she was effectively resigning from that position. She was mourning the version of herself that had been able to endure the small, stinging indignities without flinching. She felt a sense of abandonment, as if she were deserting a duty, even though she knew that the duty itself was a slow, quiet erosion of her own inner peace. The pavement was slightly damp under her shoes, creating a soft, tacky sound with every step, a rhythmic, solitary percussion. She passed a row of darkened houses, their windows reflecting nothing but the dim, amber glow of the street lamps. Her mind kept looping back to the scene she had left behind. The half-empty glasses, the unfinished sentences, the heavy, lingering scent of rosemary. The guilt rose up then, thick and suffocating. It was a persistent, quiet voice that told her she was being cold. It told her she was being overly sensitive, that she was failing the very people who had raised her. It whispered that true strength lay in staying and enduring, and that by choosing her own quiet, she was somehow breaking a sacred bond. She reached the station, a small concrete platform tucked under a heavy metal overhang. The air here held the scent of wet iron and the faint ozone smell of old electricity. She sat down on a wooden bench. The grain of the wood, hard and unyielding beneath her. The station was empty, save for the low, rhythmic hum of the overhead lights, which cast a pale, sterile glow over the tracks. She watched the rails, the long, parallel lines of steel disappearing into the absolute blackness of the tunnel. There was a tremendous hollow loneliness in that sight, a sense of being untethered, drifting away from the warmth of the group into a space that was entirely, uncomfortably her own. But as she sat there, breathing in the cool, damp air, a different sensation began to stir beneath the layers of grief. It was a small, steady pulse of integrity. The ache was still there, heavy and real, but it was joined by something else, a sense of space. For the first time in a long time, there was room in her lungs to take a full, deep breath. The familiar, instinctive tightness in her jaw began to loosen millimeter by millimeter. She realized that she hadn't changed who she was. She had simply changed where she stood. She was still the same person who loved that family, who cherished their history and their warmth. But she was no longer willing to be the person who had to disappear so they could stay unchanged. The grief was the necessary price of the boundary, the cost of protecting the small, flickering flame of her own spirit. As the distant low vibration of the approaching train began to thrum through the soles of her feet, signaling its arrival from the dark, she allowed herself to simply sit with the discomfort. She didn't try to push the guilt away or force a resolution. She just sat. The train would come, the night would pass, and for now, the silence was enough. Story 6. For the one who feels useful only when they are needed. The lamp on the desk was low, casting long amber shadows that stretched across the peeling floral wallpaper. The light was dim, the kind of warmth that doesn't quite reach the corners of the room, leaving the edges of the apartment in a soft, indistinct blur. In the corner, A stack of unread books leaned precariously, their spines faded and brittle from years of sitting in the afternoon sun. The room was small, a humble square of space that Eli had worked for months to keep steady, to keep quiet, to keep safe. Everything in it had a specific tactile weight. The chipped ceramic mug with its ring of dried tea, the heavy glass paperweight that anchored his loose papers, the worn, smooth edges of the wooden desk where his palms had rested through countless long nights. But tonight, the air felt thick, as even the stillness seemed to carry a certain density, as if the room itself were holding its breath, waiting for a sound that hadn't come yet. Eli sat motionless, the blue light of his laptop screen reflecting in his eyes, casting a sterile, flickering glow over his features. On the screen, the bank statement was laid bare. The numbers were stark, unyielding, and strangely cold. They were just digits, black and white against a white background, but they carried the weight of reality. The rent was due in 6 days, and the margin between what he had and what he needed was thin. A narrow, precarious ledge that felt like walking along a mountain path in the dark. Beside the laptop, his phone sat face down on the wood. He didn't need to lift it to know what was waiting there. He could almost feel the phantom vibration of a text against the desk, the heavy, familiar pull of a message from his brother. He could already hear the tone of it in his mind, a voice filled with just enough desperation to make a refusal feel like a betrayal. It would be a new promise, a new investment, a new plan that was supposed to be the one that finally changed everything. It would be phrased with a frantic, beautiful hope, a plea for just a little more help, a little more breathing room, a little more of Eli's hard-won stability to patch up a hole that never seemed to close. The shame was loud in the room. It wasn't a sharp, stinging pain, but a heavy, suffocating presence, like a layer of fine dust settling over everything he owned, making even his most cherished objects feel dull and muffled. The shame sat in the chair opposite him, uninvited and unmoving. It whispered that he was being cold, that he was turning his back on his own blood. It whispered that the definition of a good brother was someone who sacrificed, someone who absorbed the impact of another's storms so they wouldn't have to feel the rain. The shame insisted that true compassion required a certain kind of disappearance, that to love someone meant to let yourself be drained bit by bit until there was nothing left of you but a hollow, brittle shell. He looked around his small apartment, tracing the lines of the objects that made his life possible. He looked at the sturdy chair that supported him, the lamp that allowed him to see, the quiet, predictable hallway. He thought about the cycle he had been trapped in for years, the frantic impulse to send the money, the momentary, intoxicating rush of feeling like a savior, and then the hollow, sickening emptiness that always followed when the money vanished into the same void it always did. He remembered the way his stomach would knot with a sharp, biting anxiety every time the phone buzzed, even when he wasn't expecting a call. The physical jolt of dread that would travel from his fingertips to his chest. He reached out and touched the grain of the wooden desk. It was cool and solid under his fingertips. He focused on that sensation, the physical reality of the wood, the way the ridges and valleys of the grain didn't change regardless of his thoughts. He pressed his hand down, feeling the resistance of the heavy wood against his palm. It was just wood. It was just a desk. It was simply there. He took a breath. It was a shallow, trembling thing at first, catching in his throat. He thought about the math. He thought about the cold, hard truth of the numbers. If he sent the money, the rent would not be covered. The stability he had meticulously built, the very floor beneath his feet, would become uncertain. He would be handing his own safety over to a promise that had no foundation, casting himself adrift in the same tide that had pulled his brother under so many times before. With a slow, deliberate movement, Eli reached for the laptop and closed it. The click of the lid was the only sound in the room. The sudden darkness made the lamp's glow feel more intimate, more focused, pulling the edges of the room even closer. He sat in the silence, allowing the discomfort to exist. He didn't try to argue with the shame or push it out of the room. He didn't try to find clever words to justify himself. He simply let it sit there, a heavy, uninvited guest at his table, breathing the same heavy air. He decided, with a quiet, trembling certainty, that he would not send the money. He would keep the savings for the rent. He would keep the ground beneath him firm. The shame did not vanish. It didn't evaporate like mist in the morning sun. It remained a dull ache in his chest, a shadow in the corner of his eye. It told him he was failing, that he was being selfish, that he was breaking a silent pact of kinship. But as the minutes passed and the house settled into the deep, rhythmic stillness of the night, the volume began to turn down. The loud, accusing voice shifted from a scream to a low, manageable hum, like the distant sound of traffic on a far-off highway. He began to notice the rhythm of his own breathing, the slow, steady rise and fall of his chest, the way the air felt slightly cooler against his upper lip as he inhaled. He realized that he was practicing a different kind of care. It wasn't the care that burns itself out to provide light for others, leaving only ash behind. It was a steady, sustainable warmth, like a low ember that stays warm through the night. He was learning that he could love his brother without drowning alongside him. He could hold space for his brother's struggle without making that struggle his own destruction. The shame stayed, but it no longer commanded the room. It became just another part of the landscape, like the shadows on the wallpaper or the stack of books in the corner. It was something to be observed, a weather pattern passing through, not something to be obeyed. In the dim amber light, Eli leaned back in his chair, feeling the support of the seat against his spine. He let his muscles loosen, finding a fragile, hard-won peace in the simple, profound act of staying whole. Story 7. For the one who cannot ignore a message without guilt. The house was settling into the deep, rhythmic language of the night, making those small, microscopic sounds that only become audible when everything else has gone quiet. A floorboard in the hallway gave a low wooden creak, a gentle settling of the structure as the temperature dropped. Near the window, the old frame groaned almost imperceptibly, the aged timber expanding and contracting in the cooling evening air. Hannah sat in the living room, draped in the stillness, where the only light was a pale amber smudge from the street lamp filtering through the thin linen curtains. The light didn't illuminate so much as it tinted the air, turning the dust motel in the stillness into tiny suspended fragments of gold. Her phone lay face down on the coffee table, a dark, unblinking rectangle of glass and plastic. It had stayed there, unmoving, for 3 hours. For a very long time, Hannah had been the midnight lighthouse. It was a role she hadn't applied for, yet one she had naturally stepped into, shaped by the subtle, ingrained architecture of her own history. A lifetime of learning that being useful was the only way to be safe, that being the one who holds the light meant you could never be left in the dark. Whenever a friend's world began to fray at the edges, whenever a sibling's panic spiked in the small, lonely hours of the morning, the sudden, sharp vibration of her phone would cut through her sleep like a physical jar to her nervous system. She was the one who stayed on the line, her voice a steadying anchor, navigating the 3 a.m. currents of frantic energy, jagged tears, and the circular, exhausted chaos of other people's crises. She had become an expert at the art of holding space, at providing a calm, unshakable hand, often at the silent cost of her own clarity, her own mornings, and her own steady sense of self. Tonight, she had simply stopped answering. The silence that followed wasn't a peaceful velvet thing. It was heavy. It felt thick, a physical weight pressing against the center of her chest, almost like the pressure of being deep underwater, without the external distraction of someone else's emergency to manage, without the frantic task of solving a problem or soothing a wound. She was left alone with the sudden, vast silence of her own room, and in that vacuum, a strange, sharp discomfort began to rise, a restlessness that had nowhere to go because there was no one else to direct it toward. She sat there, listening to the house, She heard the refrigerator hum in the kitchen, a constant, low-frequency vibration that seemed to pulse in the back of her throat, a mechanical heartbeat for the empty house. She heard the rhythmic, mechanical ticking of the clock in the hallway, marking the seconds of a night she wasn't using to fix anything, a relentless counting of time that felt strangely wasted. She heard the house settling, the subtle, tectonic shifts of wood and plaster adjusting to the dark, as if the very walls were shifting their weight. The discomfort was sudden, a sensation of a mirror being held up in a pitch-black room, in the absence of the noise of other people's lives. She was finally forced to hear the sound of her own. In the quiet, she could hear the hollowed-out places in her own spirit, the parched, neglected parts of her that had been left to wither for months, perhaps years. While she was busy tending to everyone else's fires, she felt a pang of guilt, a familiar, stinging heat that prickled behind her eyes. It wasn't the guilt of having done something wrong. No one had been hurt. No one had been abandoned in a moment of true catastrophe. But it was the guilt of having withdrawn her services. It was the guilt of no longer being the person who is always available, always prepared, always the selfless, infinite reservoir of strength. It felt almost like a betrayal of the very identity she had meticulously built, a dismantling of the person she thought she was supposed to be. Her mind drifted to the notifications sitting in the dark of her phone, the unlit messages that likely contained heavy news, or perhaps just the heavy requests for advice that she usually met with instant devotion. Part of her, the old Hannah, the one who lived in a state of perpetual, quiet, hypervigilance, felt a frantic, twitching urge to reach out. She wanted to check in, to prove that she still cared, to bridge the gap she had created by choosing the simple, quiet necessity of her own sleep. Her fingers even twitched toward the edge of the coffee table, a phantom reflex of a hand reaching for a lifeline. But she stayed still. She forced her muscles to remain heavy, to let the phone remain face down in its dark, silent state. She sat there, wrapped in the dim amber light, and allowed the discomfort to exist. She didn't try to drown it out with a book, or the blue light of a television, or the mindless scrolling of a screen. She didn't turn on a lamp to wash away the shadows and pretend the heaviness wasn't there. She just sat with it. She allowed the discomfort to be a guest in the room. As she breathed, the air felt cool and slightly thin in the quiet room, moving in and out of her lungs with a slow, deliberate rhythm. With every exhale, she felt the true depth of her exhaustion creeping up from her limbs, settling into her bones. It was a profound, bone-deep tiredness that went far beyond the simple need for rest. It was the fatigue of a person who had been carrying too many invisible burdens for far too long, the weariness of a soul that had been stretched thin by the gravity of others' needs. The silence began to reveal the texture of this weariness. She noticed how her shoulders were hiked up toward her ears, tight and defensive, as if she were still bracing for a crisis. She noticed the tension in her jaw, a clenching she hadn't even realized she was doing. She noticed the way her heart raced slightly, not from an anxiety for others, but from the raw, unfiltered realization of her own emptiness. It was as if, by refusing to be the listener for everyone else's midnight unraveling, she had finally forced herself to listen to her own. The silence was telling her something she had been too busy to hear, that she was running on empty, that the lighthouse was running out of oil and the light was flickering. The guilt didn't disappear, but it began to change its shape. It stopped being a sharp, accusing finger pointing at her perceived selfishness, and became something more like a dull, manageable ache, a recognition of the cost of her previous way of living. She realized that this discomfort wasn't a sign that she had failed, but a sign that she was finally truly present in her own life, even if that presence was currently marked by sadness and fatigue. She watched a small shadow from a tree branch dance across the floor, a slow, swaying movement in the amber light. The world outside was continuing, indifferent to her small, quiet rebellion. The street lamp continued to glow its steady, lonely light. The wind continued to stir the leaves with a light, rushing sound. There was no grand verdict being passed on her choice, no cosmic judgment on her decision to turn away. There was only the reality of the night and the reality of her human need for rest. Slowly, the heaviness in her chest began to soften, losing its sharp edges. The hum of the refrigerator became a lullaby rather than a reminder of emptiness. The ticking of the clock became a steady, grounding beat, a metronome for her breathing. She allowed the tiredness to be seen, and in seeing it, she began to permit herself to move toward it. She didn't need to fix the tiredness. She only needed to be with it. She leaned back into the cushions of her chair, feeling the solid, unmoving support of the furniture beneath her. She let her limbs grow heavy, mirroring the stillness of the room. The guilt was still there, sitting in the corner of the room, like an uninvited, quiet guest. But she no longer felt the need to argue with it or try to usher it out. She simply let it be as part of the landscape of the night. As her eyes grew heavy, the boundaries between her body and the quiet room seemed to blur. The house, the darkness, and the weight of her own breath all merged into a single, quiet rhythm. For the first time in a long time, she wasn't waiting for a signal, a vibration, or a cry for help. She was simply there in the silence, letting the long, necessary exhaustion finally pull her toward the soft, dark sea of sleep. Story 8. For the one who is learning, they do not need to disappear to be loved. Ben's new life was much smaller than his old one. It was a life of less, and for a long time, that felt like a heavy sort of shame. There were fewer names in his phone now, and the silence that filled the gaps where those names used to be felt less like peace and more like an absence. There were fewer calendar alerts that demanded an immediate, frantic response, and the digital landscape of his life had flattened into something much quieter. He missed the rush of being needed, even as he craved the stillness. He missed the way his identity had been forged in the heat of other people's expectations. The apartment he lived in now didn't have the polished, intimidating edge of his previous place. The old apartment had been a showcase, all glass, hard angles, and expensive lighting designed to impress anyone who entered. This space was functional, slightly cramped, and held a different kind of weight. It smelled faintly of the cedar wood soap he used, and the scent of old books, a dry, papery aroma that felt grounding. Here, the light didn't bounce off polished surfaces. It was absorbed by soft fabrics and the shadows of corners. To the people he had left behind, the colleagues who thrived on the high-stakes adrenaline of late-night strategy sessions, and the friends who measured the depth of affection by how much of their personal crisis Ben could help solve. It looked like a retreat. To them, he had simply run, or perhaps, as some whispered in the quiet, well-lit corners of their old social circles, he had simply run out of steam. There was a subtle, unspoken narrative that he had failed to keep up, that he had let his ambitions wither. He had felt the weight of those expectations for years. It was a physical pressure in his chest, a persistent tightness like a stone being pressed into his sternum. Whenever his phone buzzed with a missed dinner or an unreturned text, that stone would settle deeper. He would find himself mentally drafting apologies, rehearsing the justifications for his absence, trying to find a way to say, "I am staying away," without saying, "I am leaving you." He remembered the old version of himself with a strange, detached kind of pity. That Ben moved through the world like a person trying to outrun their own shadow, always looking just ahead to the next requirement, the next duty. He was the person who was always on. He was the one with the right answer in the middle of a tense meeting. The one who could bridge the gap in a difficult, awkward conversation. The one who stayed until the very end of the party to ensure everyone else was comfortable, even when his own feet were aching and his mind was drifting toward a desperate, clawing need for silence. He had lived as if his value was a currency that only increased when it was being spent on others. He had believed that to be useful was to be worthy, and to be unavailable was to be invisible. But now the evenings were different. He sat on his small balcony, the metal chair slightly cold against the backs of his legs. Below him, the city hummed, a distant rhythmic sound of tires on damp pavement, a low-frequency vibration that seemed to come from the earth itself. An ambulance siren drifted through the air, far off in the distance, its wail muffled by the layers of urban density, sounding more like a memory than a current event. The lights of the skyline twinkled like fallen stars, far enough away to be beautiful, but not so close that they demanded his attention or invited him to participate. There was no one to impress here. There was no audience for his accomplishments, and no one was waiting for him to perform his competence. He picked up a mug of tea the warmth seeping into his palms, a slow, steady heat that traveled up his wrists. The steam rose in a thin, wavering line, disappearing into the night air, vanishing into the vastness. He thought about the people who might be disappointed in him. He sensed the subtle, stinging tone in a former mentor's voice during their last phone call. The way they spoke as if he were wasting a rare gift, as if his withdrawal was a tragedy of wasted potential. He felt the familiar twinge of guilt, that old, trained reflex of the nervous system. It was a phantom limb, an urge to reach out, to explain, to pull the old version of himself back into view to prove he was still capable, still ambitious, still enough. He felt the impulse to check his messages, to see if anyone was waiting for him, to see if he could still be the hero of a story he no longer wanted to inhabit. But he didn't pick up the phone. He didn't reach for the digital tether. He simply stayed with the warmth of the mug. He watched the way the light from a nearby street lamp caught the edge of the ceramic. In this smaller life, the air felt different. It was more breathable. It wasn't that the problems of the world had disappeared or that his own struggles had vanished. It was simply that the scale had changed. He no longer carried the weight of entire departments or the emotional crises of a dozen different social circles. The walls of his apartment didn't feel like a cage. They felt like a perimeter. Inside this perimeter, he didn't have to rehearse his defenses. He didn't have to justify why he wasn't coming or why he wasn't doing more. He leaned his head back against the chair, closing his eyes for a moment. The guilt was still there, a quiet, lingering presence like the scent of rain on dry pavement after a storm. It wasn't a sharp, angry thing or a sudden pang of regret. It was a soft, melancholic ache. The grief of leaving behind the person he used to be, the person who felt powerful because he was indispensable. He was mourning the loss of his own utility. He watched a single moth flutter around the small light on his balcony, its movements erratic and fragile. He realized then that he had been trading his breath for approval. Every time he had said yes, when his body was screaming no, he had been making a small, quiet disappearance. He had been erasing his own edges, smoothing them down to fit into the spaces others had carved out for him. He had been shrinking himself to make others feel more secure in their own importance. Now the edges were back. They were perhaps a bit more rugged, a bit less polished, and certainly less convenient for others, but they were his. The night grew deeper, the blue of the sky turning to a velvet black. The hum of the city seemed to settle into a lower, more consistent drone, a lullaby of modern existence. Ben stood up, his movements slow and unhurried, feeling the deliberate weight of his own limbs. He went inside. The transition from the cool night air to the warmth of the apartment seamless. He turned off the small lamp on the balcony, plunging the space into a natural darkness. He moved through his quiet rooms. The kitchen with its single clean plate drying in the rack. The small desk with its neatly stacked papers that didn't need sorting. The bed with its heavy, familiar quilt. There was no sense of triumph in this movement. There was no sudden cinematic realization of victory over his past. No feeling of having won a great battle against the world. He simply lay down. The sheets were cool and crisp against his skin. A clean, simple sensation. He felt the weight of his own body pressing into the mattress, the solid, honest reality of his physical self. He didn't lie awake mentally drafting an apology for the person he had become. He didn't prepare a defense of his choices or a list of reasons why he had chosen this smaller, quieter path. He didn't try to convince himself that this was better or more virtuous. He only acknowledged that it was his. He let the day end. He let the silence of the apartment wrap around him, not as a void to be filled with thought or noise, but as a blanket to be worn. For the first time in a very long time, the permission to simply be, without utility, without performance, without the need to be understood or validated, was enough. He closed his eyes, and as the breath moved in and out of his lungs, a slow and steady rhythm, he let the smallness of his life become his greatest sanctuary. Let the story settle now. Let the edges of the day soften, losing that sharp, jagged quality they often carry in the quiet hours. There's no need to pick through them, to dissect why a certain word was said, or to search for a hidden way to fix what has already passed. You don't need to turn these moments into lessons for tomorrow or prepare a defense for the morning. Just let them rest. Imagine them as smooth, heavy stones, sinking slowly through clear, cool water, settling into the soft silt at the bottom of a stream where the current is too weak to move them. Shift your focus away from the movement of your thoughts and into the actual physical weight of your limbs. Notice the way the mattress meets the back of your head, the subtle, unyielding support beneath your shoulders. Feel the slight, comforting pressure of the blankets pressing against your skin, a heavy warmth that holds you in place. As you settle, you might feel the arrival of that old, familiar sensation, that quiet, persistent ache of guilt. It is a contract you signed a long time ago, likely in a moment of fatigue or even childhood, without ever realizing you were committing to it. It is the unspoken deal that says, if everyone else is soothed, then I may rest. If everyone else is taken care of, then I am allowed to exist. It is the heavy, unseen belief that your right to peace is something you must earn, and that your comfort can only be bought with the exhaustion of those around you. Tonight we are simply setting that bargain aside. You do not need to resolve the guilt or find a way to make it right. You do not need to win the argument you are having with yourself in the dark, or prove that choosing your own stillness was a valid choice. You don't even need to have an answer for the next difficult conversation or the next time someone leans on you. If the guilt is present, let it be there. Do not try to push it out of the room or pretend it isn't sitting in the corner of your mind. Do not struggle to move it. Instead, let it sit beside you, like an uninvited guest in a quiet house. Someone who is present, but who is not required to speak, and certainly not required to lead. You do not have to fight it, and you certainly do not have to obey its demands. Just notice where it lives in your body. Perhaps it is a small, tight knot in the center of your chest, or a slight, shallow rhythm in your breathing. Acknowledge the tightness, and then, with a slow and gentle exhale, turn your attention back to the steady, rhythmic rise and fall of your breath. Let the weight of the day move through you, passing through the skin and the bone, leaving only the quiet, heavy stillness of this moment. The night has deepened into that heavy, velvet stillness where the edges of the room seem to blur and soften. Outside, the world has gone quiet, settling into its own rhythm, indifferent to the frantic pacing of the day or the weight of our private decisions. This vast, dark space isn't empty. It is a container. It is a wide, shadow-filled room that provides a place for you to simply exist without the need for performance. There is a specific, unadorned kindness in this darkness. It is a kindness that doesn't ask for a greeting or a smile. It doesn't care if you were productive today, or if you were particularly patient, or if you managed to be the person everyone expects you to be. It asks nothing of you. It does not require you to fix the fractures in your relationships or to mend the broken pieces of the world. It requires that you arrive exactly as you are, carrying your fatigue, your quiet contradictions, and the small, honest choices you made today. You might feel a lingering tug in your chest, a ghost of the guilt that comes when you choose your own peace over someone else's demand. It is a familiar, heavy sensation, like a stone tucked under your ribs. But look closely at the shadows. The things you have set aside to protect your energy are still there. The people you love are still there. The threads of your life are not fraying because you took a moment to breathe. They are simply being woven with more intention. Even in the spaces where you have drawn a line, even in the quiet moments when you chose to stay in, to rest, or to say no, the connection remains. You are not breaking the world by setting a boundary. You are merely finding the shape of your own soul within it. You are not losing your capacity to love. You are simply learning how to keep a small, sacred portion of your heart for yourself. Let your body settle into the weight of the mattress. Feel the way the fabric of your sheets meets your skin. Cool, smooth, and steady. Notice the tension held in the small muscles around your eyes, the tightness in your jaw, the way your shoulders seem to pull upward toward your ears. Let them sink. Let the weight of your head be supported by the pillow. Let the need to explain yourself, to justify your no, or to provide a reason for your absence, fade into the dim light of the room. There is no courtroom here. There is no need for certainty tonight. You do not need to decide if you were right or wrong. You only need to notice the sensation of the air moving in and out of your lungs. The expectations of others can feel like a heavy, damp cloak, woven from many layers of obligation. You have worn it for so long that you have forgotten how much it weighs. For tonight, just unbuckle the straps. Feel the relief as the weight slides off your shoulders and hits the floor. Let the floor take the burden. Let the earth beneath the house hold the pressure so you don't have to. The air in the room is still and temperate. Your breathing is becoming a slow, rhythmic tide. Each inhale is a soft, internal arrival. Each exhale is a gentle downward release. You are safe within the boundaries of this moment. You are allowed to be finished. The day is done. Its tasks are complete. And your only responsibility now is to exist in this stillness. Sleep now. The night is vast and holding. You are safe. You are allowed to rest.
you.